On the record in docket 23-00516. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Earl Wade. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Black.
Fred Blackman on behalf of Mr. Wade. He is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Earl Wade, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is time set for preliminary examination. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
I believe this is set for a competency review, Your Honor.
Right.
If I recall, there was a mix-up in a petition, hadn't been filed until the last review was set, and I don't believe there has been an evaluation yet.
All right.
So I think we're gonna have to set this out again.
Mr. Black.
That's correct, Judge. But here's the good news is that tomorrow I have a video with the Forensic Center on another client. So there's going to be a doctor there. So I will be asking, when we're done with that, be asking her to check on that and see if I can expedite it through that doctor.
All right. So we're waiting for the evaluation to be done.
Yeah,
pretty much. We have the packet done. We have the order for evaluation. That was signed. All right, so waiting for evaluation, and then I'll place that you're going to meet with forensic
tomorrow
as a part of it. This file and another file.
Yes, Judge. And I told your staff that I would email you tomorrow. Okay. After that, let you know what I find out.
I will indicate for the record that the defendant previously waived his 21-day rule on February 29th. So we'll adjourn this matter for forensic for the review. Sir, you're in a hearing, so you should probably mute yourself. All right. All right, and we'll set it for
May 2nd at 8:30.
May 2nd.
Your Honor, I'm going to be out of state in Panama City for
So do you want it? Oh,
I'm playing golf for a week, Judge.
All right, all right. And you in a previously scheduled vacation. So so May 9th.
Judge, can you take? I apologize because when I get back that Monday,
right,
which would be the 9th, I have to start it.
I think I'm gone in the 9th of May. Not yet.
I'll start a jury trial in Jackson.
So we can go
May 16th.
That's fine.
May 16th.
Yep.
All right. So what time?
8:30.
8:30. All right. So we reset it for May 16th of 2024. What we're waiting for is evaluation for the defendant. Anything else for the record in 23-00516? Ms. Wilson.
Not from the people.
Mr. Blackman.
Nothing, Your Honor, and also I'll keep the court advised, and also if we're getting close to that date again, and I don't have anything from.
All right. Yeah.
The court.
Let me know.
Yeah.
And then you'll receive notice. I think you're just putting it out, right?
I'll get it, Judge.
Yeah, if you get it, you can provide your client notice for the May 16th date, so you'll have it in hand.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. That's all for the record, docket 23-00516. All right, and then Ms. Wilson, who do we have next?
I believe the court officer was going to bring up Mr. Daniel.
All right.
And then after that, Mr. Meany. I don't know that we're ready on anyone else.
Okay.
Una pregunta con Tony Flores.
Sir, you're in a courtroom. You should mute yourself.
He might not understand. Your
Speak
Honor.
Spanish.
Let's just mute him. Do we have an interpreter?
I don't know.
One has not appeared yet, and this is the one that I'm not sure how circuit court does this, to be honest.
And is this Mr. Feigelson's client?
Yes, Ms. Wanji is stepping in because he's currently in trial in front of Judge Kennedy. She was gonna hop on Zoom. I think she's trying
We're gonna have to adjourn that if we don't have an interpreter.
I would guess so. I don't know how we're gonna tell him that.
I don't either,
My Spanish is not good.
nor is mine. And I'd be afraid that I tell him the wrong date.
Yeah.
Do we have anybody in a pinch?
Oh,
Let me
Carlos
know.
is downstairs.
I'm sorry,
Carlos is downstairs.
I was saying, if somebody
Yeah.
could go ask the security guard if they could pop in Carlos
Yeah.
for just a few moments, that would at least be able to communicate with them enough that we can tell them what we are
He's
doing.
at the end of the hallway.
Oh, can you go grab
All
him?
right, just,
Thank you, Miss Donnelly.
there's Miss Wanji.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes,
I'm in another courtroom, but I have a client, his dad is with him, he speaks Spanish, so.
all right,
If he's jammed up, I've got to swear him in.
okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Morley. Let's see if Carlos is here because he's done it before.
And he's a
All right.
process.
But Ms. Wanji, you're here on Mr. Ortega Tapia.
And Mr.
Ay, ya, Francisco Ortega Tapia.
All right, thank you, sir. Ms. Wanji,
Okay.
you're here on that case?
I am, Your Honor.
All right, and then you're also on, what's the other case,
Mr. Person.
Mr. Person?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, stand by. We're gonna make sure we have an interpreter or somebody along those lines who can explain it. We don't have an actual interpreter. We're probably going to adjourn Mr. Ortega Tapia's case. But I want to make sure he knows, we have somebody who can speak the language. So he's communicated that what future date we're gonna set it for, okay, ma'am?
Okay,
Okay,
yeah.
yo no speak English, speak Spanish.
Right.
I got a security guard coming through the.
All right, we understand. Stand by and we're gonna get to you in just a second, all right?
Okay.
All right. In the meantime, we have Mr. Leany
Daniels.
Daniels. Zarek
Zarek
Daniels.
Daniels.
All right, so we're on the record, so we'll do Mr. Daniels and then we'll make sure Mr. Ortega Tapia understands what's going on here. So we're on the record in 23-02806. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Zarek D. Daniels. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Miss Wilson,
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Freeman.
Stephen A. Freeman, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Daniels, who is standing to my right.
And sir, you are Zarek Daniels, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Tapia, Mr. Ortega Tapia, stand by, okay? Stand by, yep, stand by.
No entiendo, no
I
English,
understand, we're gonna get an interpreter, stand by.
no
Okay.
English. Speak
Can you
Spanish.
tell him to stand by?
Oiga, espérese un momentico y le van a explicar todo un momentico.
Okay,
Me oye?
okay,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you so much. All right, and sir, once again, you are Zarek Daniels, is that correct? Okay, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination on the matter. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is going to be a plea to a misdemeanor of indecent exposure and have the PAC code and penalty ready when you're ready.
Okay, plea to me, misdemeanor of indecent exposure. Is that an added count two?
Yes, it would be an added count 2 and then count 1 would be dismissed.
2, and the penalty is 1 year?
1 year and or $1,000.
And what's the PAC code?
750.335A.
All right, and with that negotiation, count 1 is to be dismissed upon successful sentence.
Correct. And if I could just repeat what what charge I said this was gonna be plead to, I don't think Mr. Freeman heard me.
All right,
It would be in misdemeanor indecent exposure.
okay, misdemeanor indecent exposure. Down, and that's the added count to 1 year under $1,000 pursuant to 750.5.335A. And then they'll dismissal of the felony in the matter, which is the 2-year aggravated indecent exposure. Is that your understanding, Mr. Freeman?
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. And do you have an advice of rights? I just saw you with the papers. I wasn't sure.
No.
Okay, thank you. No, it doesn't matter. Yeah. It does. I just saw it was a piece of paper, so I thought you might have one. All right. May I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, I spoke to him at the jail yesterday.
All right. All right, Mr. Derek, Mr. Daniels, you understand you have the following rights. I'm going to walk you through each one of those rights, all right? In this aggravated indecent exposure, you're pleading to count 2, which is the 1-year misdemeanor indecent exposure. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Steve Freeman, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than we placed on the record, okay? Or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial because you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty instead. Is it your intent today to plead guilty to count 2 indecent exposure? Okay. You know, if you have a raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to September 17th, 2023 at the offense location of 313 North Cedar, City of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you on September 17th, 2023 at the 313 North Cedar, City of Lansing, Ingham County address?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the charge is that you expose yourself in an indecent manner. Why don't you explain to me in your own words what you did?
I put down my pants.
All right. And then was there a person in front of you? Was there somebody in front of you? Was anybody in front of you? Mr. Freeman.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Daniels, when you first pulled down your trousers, there wasn't anybody immediately in front of you. Was that fair?
Yeah.
On the other hand, this location was a public place. It was a public building, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And whether you saw them or not, people did go through the lobby and were able to see you with your penis exposed.
Okay. All right. Anything towards a factual basis. So an exposure of the genital area in public, anything on the date and time, anything on the factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
After the people.
Mr. Freeman.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made in regards to count 2. And we will. So he must be, is that a 5,010% bond he's on?
Sorry, Judge, I don't know.
All right. I'm gonna have probation contact him. So probation to contact, because he seems incarcerated, so they should be ordered to contact him. To contact an ICJ for a pre-sentence report. So, Mr. Daniels, what we'll do here is probation is going to come down and they're going to see you. Be very candid, answer all their questions. They're going to prepare a report for me, And then at sentencing, we'll see what options are available to us, okay? All right. I'll set the sentencing date for
May 20, I'm sorry, May 31st at 8:30.
May 31st at 8:30. Is they'll do a full report on you to come to me. And they should be down, I don't know, within the next 2 or 3 days, I would think. Yeah. All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2302-806, Ms. Wilson?
Just briefly, Your Honor, I know there was a question about his bond. It does appear that he's got a 5,000, 10% like you thought. I believe that's due to a previous failure to appear. It does appear that he has another hold from Livingston County, but it's not showing what amount that is, so I'm not really sure
All right.
what that's for.
So he's on hold, right? So he's on
It
hold on
appears
another.
so.
count. All right. Anything else for the record in 2302-806, Mr. Freeman?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Daniels, we'll see you on that May 31st date, okay? Okay, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
What does that mean?
Just. They're just gonna wanna know, you know, about your.
How are you, Sean?
history. Morning, good. Just cooperate.
Okay, so.
Let's go ahead and do
now,
Mr.
I'm coming back here.
Ortega Tapia.
May 30th. Soon as we
So I'm
Yes.
staying here.
can get that whole-
Ms. Wanji's on Zoom.
So his attorney.
Right, so is that the actual interpreter on the
No,
case?
she's for Mr. Marai.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yes.
All right. All right, Mr. Ortega Tapia, you can ask him to unmute.
Buen día.
Yeah, to unmute.
Oiga, puede poner el sonido otra vez.
Yeah,
Ok,
so
lo
he's
escucho.
good. He's
Ok,
good.
lo escucho.
All right. All right, come on up here, and once they're, and I'm gonna swear you in and have your name, and but really, this is just a source of communication, so we can tell them the actual date. You can stand right by the table there. All right. All right, so I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please state your name and spell your first name and last name for the record.
Gustavo, Gustavo, Fernandez, Fernandez.
Thank you. All right. So I'm gonna, tell me if you need for me to slow down, all right?
Okay.
All right. We're on the record in docket 2400791.
Estamos en récord con el
So it's 00791.
00719.
Perfect. And that's People of the State of Michigan versus Francisco Ortega Tapia.
El estado de Michigan contra Francisco Ortega Tapia.
Appearances for the record, Ms. Wilson.
El fiscal, la señora Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
And Ms. Wanji.
Good morning, Your Honor. Melanie Elbiwanji from the Public Defender Office.
So Ms. Wanji represents Mr. Ortega Tapia.
La señora Swanji representa a Francisco Ortega Tapia.
And sir, you are Francisco Ortega Tapia, is that correct?
Usted es Francisco Ortega Tapia.
All right.
Sí.
Yes. All right. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today.
Este es el tiempo que está guardado para un examen preliminar.
It's a probable cause conference.
Es a causa, I'm sorry.
Right.
Let me,
Want to make sure?
causa probable.
Okay.
Para encontrar causa probable.
Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today?
Do you want to interpret that first?
I'm sorry.
Do you want to interpret that first?
What am I interpreting?
Just Ms. Wilson, what do you would?
I can. So since we don't have an interpreter today and Mr. Feigelson's not here, I think we need to adjourn this.
Okay, go ahead.
No hay un intérprete hoy, señor Ortega Tapia, y su abogado no está aquí, así que van a aplazar el juicio judicial hoy. ¿Entiende?
Ajá,
¿Entiende?
entiendo. Ajá, entiendo.
Okay. All right. So what we're going to do is we'll adjourn today for an interpreter, and we'll set it for another date for probable cause conference. And then we won't have Mr. Ortega Tapia. This is a just cause to adjourn. You can tell him that as best. So we're going to adjourn it for just cause to another date for an interpreter.
Ok, van a aplazar hoy el juicio por just cause, did you say?
Yeah, for just cause. He won't be waiving any rights.
I'm sorry.
He won't waive he won't waive any rights.
Ok, no va a negar ningún derecho, pero van a aplazar el juicio hoy hasta otro día.
All right, Ms. Swanji, did you want to place anything on the record? You know, the plan is to adjourn it for an interpreter and not to have him waive any rights in this matter.
That's correct. I don't have anything else to place on the record.
All right, so we'll adjourn the PCC for just cause. Yeah, I do.
You want me to try?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
So we'll adjourn for adjourn to a PCC for just cause.
Okay, van a aplazar el juicio para una causa justificada.
What date?
April 5th.
Ok.
It'll be adjourned to April 5th.
Se va a aplazar hasta abril 5, el día abril 5.
Ok.
At 8:30.
A las 8:30 de la mañana.
So,
Ok.
and Mr. Ortega Tapia, that should be in person.
Y eso va a ser en persona.
Ok.
So you should come to the 6th floor of the City Hall of Lansing.
Tiene que venir al 6º piso de la ciudad de Lansing, el City Hall.
Ok.
¿Entiende?
Sí,
¿Me
entiendo.
entiende?
Sí, entiendo.
Thank you. And at that time we'll have a Spanish interpreter, and that he can meet with his attorney for communication purposes.
Ok, en ese tiempo, cuando usted viene el día 5 de abril, van a tener un abogado para usted, para que usted le pueda hacer preguntas y le pueda explicar lo que está pasando.
Your Honor,
Yes, Ms. Wanji.
could I get a phone number and address for Mr. Ortega? We don't have anything on file for him.
So what do you need, Ms. Wanji?
His phone number, please.
A phone number.
Usted necesitamos su número de teléfono. Señor Ortega.
Sí, pero yo no tengo celular, pues, pero mi trabajadora de caso, ella dio su celular, mi trabajadora de caso.
¿Tiene el teléfono del trabajo?
Mi trabajadora de caso dio su número, por si acaso.
He doesn't have a cell phone.
Okay, so Ms. Wanji, he doesn't have a cell phone to contact him. So does he have an email?
¿Tiene una dirección electrónica? Señor Tapia.
Pues no me he creado una, pero ya estoy que me la creo.
¿Se la puede crear? ¿La va a crear?
Sí.
He says he doesn't have one, but he can create one.
All right. Ms. Wanji, he doesn't have an email. He doesn't have a phone. So we do have a current address for him. Do we have a current address for him?
On Ontario.
We have an address for him. That's all the court has right now.
Could I have
Do
the
you-
address, please?
But okay, the address we have, go ahead, Ms. Wilson.
Is that where he's currently residing? Because I believe that's the address of the victim in the matter was residing.
All right,
as
let me see.
well.
Ask him if he has an updated address.
¿Tiene una dirección usted hoy en día?
Sí,
¿Y cuál es esa?
ya se la digo. Porque yo apenas me voy mudando, ¿me entiendes? No sé
Ok,
cómo le digo.
está en el proceso de mudarse.
RI,
R.E.
¿qué más?
RIEDEN.
Espérese un momentito.
Do-
R.I. R.I.
RIEDEN.
R.I.E.D.N. R.I.E.D.N. No, I'm sorry, sir. Ok, a ver, dígamelo otra vez. Ajá.
RIEDEN.
Ok, ¿y cuál es el número?
Oye, mira. ¿El de la casa? Mira, yo no quería. 2402. Epa. Yo no quería leer.
Ok, 2402 Riden. R.I.E.D.N.
Sí,
Ok, ¿y dónde es eso? ¿En qué ciudad?
en Detroit.
2403, perdón.
24.
¿Cómo es?
2403. No es 4,
Ok.
disculpe.
No importa, 2403 Riden en Detroit.
Ajá.
What's the zip code?
Ok, ¿cuál es el zip code?
El sector, si no me lo sé.
Laverno.
Laverno.
No, el número de correo, el zip code.
El código postal.
Sí, eso mismo.
We'll
El código
Google it.
postal.
48209.
Ok, muy bien.
All right. So what is the address to make sure I got it right?
2403
03.
Reedon, and that's RIEDEN, and that's in Detroit. And then I have the zip when you're ready.
Okay.
48209.
All right, Ms. Wanji, did you have that for your client? That is 2403 Reedon in Detroit, REIDEN, and that's 48209.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you so much.
Right.
IE,
With that,
RIE.
RIEDEN.
Yes, Your Honor, thank
IEDEN. All right, so Mr. Ortega Tapia, you should be here on April 5th at 8:30 for your probable cause conference. All right, sir?
Señor Tapia, entiende que tiene que estar aquí abril 5 a las 8:30 para su juicio judicial.
Sí,
¿Entiende?
Okay,
Sí,
you'll get
entiendo.
notice sent to that Detroit address.
Y le van a mandar notificación a la dirección que me ha dado en Detroit. ¿Entiende?
ok.
Okay. Anything else for the record in 2400791, Ms. Wilson,
Not from the people.
Ms. Wanji?
you. Nothing for the defense, Your Honor, thank you.
So you can go ahead and interpret that, and that's all for the record.
Ok, no hay nada más para el caso 2. No hay nada más para este caso.
Okay.
Ok.
You should be all set, Mr. Ortega Tapia.
Ok, ya está listo, señor Ortega Tapia.
All right.
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
Sí, tengo algunas preguntas, pues que si esta llamada no era personal con ustedes, porque yo veo
Bueno,
Ah,
eso lo tiene que hablar con su abogado.
Right. He should talk, any questions he should talk to his defense lawyer.
Eso tiene que hablarlo con su abogado. ¿Ok?
Ok, muchas gracias. Ya me puedo retirar de la llamada.
Yep, you're all set.
Sí, señor. Muchas gracias.
All right.
Gracias.
It's Gus
Gus
and then last name
Fernandez.
Thank you for your assistance today.
So I'm sorry.
No, you did
No.
fine. There's no way we would have got through this without you. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you.
And then just for my subpoena purposes, will the prelim be the week after that PCC date?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we have to reset it for PCC because
Yeah.
we really didn't have a PCC.
Right, yeah.
And then we'll reset it for prelim
I
after that.
didn't want to have to
In
go
theory,
through.
sure.
Yeah. So let's try that in theory.
Yeah, okay.
All right. And Miss Wanji, that Detroit address is the only address we have right now. Okay, ma'am?
Okay, Your Honor. And the PE is what it's the day after, the week after, at what time?
In theory, it would be the following week.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Do we have a time for
All
that?
right. What's that?
A time? At what time?
We don't have a time. It hasn't been set yet. We just
Okay.
set the probable cause conference.
Okay.
So most likely it'll be the following week, but we haven't set the time yet.
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Feigelson.
Ms. Wanji, are you still on Zoom?
Because he's currently in the jail post.
All right.
So I don't know if we just.
So Ms. Wanji, did you want to meet with Mr. Person for the PCC? He's in the Ingham County Jail Post.
Yes, Your Honor, I would like to do that. Thank you.
All right. Let me see if I can put you in a room with him. Sign to room 1. Ingham County Jail Post. All right, Ms. Wanji, you should get a prompt to go to room 1, and he should already be there.
Thank you.
Ms. Schroeder, what case are you here on?
I am covering Mr. Oswald for Luke Goodrich.
Oz. All right, so you're here on Mr. Oswalt.
Yes.
And Mr. Oswalt's here, okay. And then on the Zoom user, could you please identify yourself, sir?
I'm Greg Oswald.
All right, Mr. Oswalt, I have you, thank you. And then in the flannel shirt, Zoom user.
I'm Derek Simpson.
Derek Simpson. All right, and Miss Donnelly is your lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, stand by, you're in the right courtroom. Once we get a defense attorney and an APA, we'll call your case.
Thank you.
Ms. Wanji, did you want Mr. Person brought back into the room?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Wanji, are you Mr. Oh.
Go ahead.
Ms. Wanji, are you covering Mr. C for Mr. Feigelson?
Yes.
SE. Okay, he's here in the hallway. Whenever you get a chance to talk to him, he was hoping to talk to you.
Okay, I will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Oh, Yates yet? What happened to Yates?
we have Mr. Simpson here.
Yeah, I
Okay.
did see him. I had a Michael Yates at 8:30. He was in Livingston County.
So Otis has him as on probation. But then the way it's scheduled, it's like he's in. Do Oswald.
Yeah, let's go on the Ms. Schroeder, ready to call on Mr. Oswalt. So we're on the record in docket 0808854. That's the city of, people of the state of Michigan versus Greg Oswalt. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Aaron Schroeder on behalf of Mr. Oswald, filling in today for assigned counsel Luke Goodrich.
And sir, you are Greg Oswalt, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Oswalt?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would be requesting a dismissal in the interest of justice on this matter. Without prejudice.
The defense would have no objection to that, Your Honor.
All right, we'll print that out. And have the assistant prosecutor sign it, and I'll put it in the file.
Mr. Oswald, do you want to see about getting a copy of that for your records, the dismissal?
Yes, please.
If that is possible, Your Honor, if we could have that sent over to him.
The only thing we'd have is to send it, we would send it to his last known address, which is the Harrison Township address. That's the arrest, that would be that's the address he gave at arraignment.
Is that a good address for you, sir?
Yeah, can I go over it with you? Just to make sure it's
I don't want to put it on the record, but it's on Jefferson Avenue in Harrison Township. It would be the address you gave on March 10th.
Yes, that's fine. That's a good address.
Thank you.
All right, so I will enter a motion for nollie pros. This case is dismissed without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but for all realistic purposes today, the case is dismissed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in 0808854, Ms. Wilson?
Not from the people.
Ms. Schroeder?
Not from the defense, thank you.
All right, Mr. Oswald, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
And we'd want to go on Marai.
Yes.
All right, for the interpreter, I'm gonna have you. State your first name and last name and spell them both for the record.
Miret, Mirette, Schneider, Schneider.
Yeah, I'll let you get all set up because are you?
Can you go that way? You want to go to his right?
All right, ma'am, I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications. So help you God.
I do, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, so just let me know if you need me to slow down, okay? All right. So we're on the record in docket 24-00807. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Cassim Marai. You can interpret that.
دي الرقم بتاع الآلة الرقم بتاع القضية ونحن السجلات على السجلات دلوقتي بعد ما ذكرت الرقم بتاع القضية خاصة بالقضية بتاعتي.
Appearances for the record, Miss Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
من النيابة أبيجيل ودي بتمثل النيابة.
Edward Zaney, on behalf of the defendant.
وأدوار هو المحامي بتاعك.
And sir, you are Cassim Marai?
هل أنت قاسم مراي؟ Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. This time set for a probable cause conference. Miss Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Yes, أساسيات الاستفتاء.
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe this is going to be a waiver of the 21 days. And I believe there's been an agreement to 30 days.
So 30 days
For the prelim.
to be adjourned 30 days?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Zaney, is that a fair and accurate statement concerning your client's waiver of the 21-day and looking for an adjournment for 30 days?
Your Honor, yes, that is accurate that we are prepared to waive the 21 days. It's also accurate that at this point, we've agreed to a 30-day adjournment. But I do want to preserve for the record that this case involves ESI. Electronically stored information.
تسجيل بيانات إلكترونية.
Which I believe has substantial exculpatory evidence. Exculpatory evidence.
اوكي وده واضح ان في اثباتات.
And that may be absolutely necessary for us to proceed to prelim and present a full defense.
وده مهم لينا عشان الجلسة المبدئية قبل ما نعمل الدفاع.
At this time, 30 days is acceptable.
Right.
That's what
بالنسبة
we agree.
دلوقتي 30 يوم هو يوم فترة مناسبة.
All right, so that's 30 days to review any discovery requests and to zealously advocate for your client.
فده 30 يوم عشان يجيبوا معلومات عشان يدفع عنك.
All right. Mr. Zaney, may I inquire of your client of his waiver of the 21-day rule?
You may.
ممكن أسأل
All right. All right, Mr. Marai, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination within 21 days of your date of arraignment.
هي عندك الحق ان انت يبقى في جلسه مبدئيه في خلال 21 يوم من
Preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing
بالنسبه للجلسه الادعائيه المبدئيه دي بتبقى في اساسيات
in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime.
وده بيبقى بيقع على عاتق النيابه انه يثبتوا بما لا داعي او لا اسباب كافيه انه في عليك اثباتات. What was the last sentence? I'm sorry.
Probable cause of that the crime was committed and the identity of the person who committed the crime.
اللي كان في جريمه تم ارتكابها مين المسؤول عنها.
You, of course, are represented by attorney Edward Zaney, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses, contest any charges brought by the people of the state of Michigan.
المحامي بتاعك هيبقى ادوارد زيني وهيبقى ليك الحق ان انت تسال اي حد من الشهود.
It's my understanding it is your wish to waive your right to a prelim only within that 21-day period.
اللي انا فاهمه ان انت بتلغي حقك في الجلسه المبدئيه دي في خلال 21 يوم.
You would not be waiving your right to a prelim in general.
بس انت مش بتلغي حقك في هي الجلسه المبدئيه.
And the reason for that is to get your attorney the discovery so he can review and adequately prepare to zealously advocate in your defense.
والسبب وراء ذلك إن المحامي محتاج وقت عشان يراجع القضية بتاعتك ويجيب إثبات.
Is it your intent today to waive your right to a prelim within that 21-day period?
هل أنت دلوقتي بتلغي الحق بتاعك في إن يبقى في جلسة نهائية خلال هو ال 21 يوم؟
No.
Yes.
So I'm going to indicate the defendant has waived his right to a 21, waived his 21-day rule right. The people also waive your right to a prelim?
We do, Your Honor.
Within 21 days?
We do, Your Honor.
And we'll reset the preliminary examination 30 days out per request. Does May 3rd at 8:30 work? You may.
Third, yeah.
All right, so we'll reset the preliminary examination for May 3rd at 8:30. Mr. Zaney, so your client has that. Did you want to be heard on bond?
I would like to be heard on bond, Your
All
Honor.
right, you may.
It's my understanding there's no bond at this point. For at the time of his arraignment, the pretrial services was unable to prepare or present an opinion as to bond due to a language barrier. I have reviewed that. I have reviewed the position of the prosecutor, their written position. I believe that they're asking for a high cash surety bond with several requirements of bond. I believe that those requirements are appropriately designed to protect the citizens and the accuser. I think that the question is, what is a cash surety bond that's appropriate to assure his attendance and attendance to court? And I think it'd be appropriate to issue an amount. And I'd ask the court to consider with that amount a 10%. That would ensure that a bondsman's involved. That adds additional security to his attendance to court.
أنا بطلب إن هو يبقى مع الكفالة دي يبقى في جزء 10%.
And I would also advise the court, he is a U.S. citizen.
وأنا برضه بقول للمحكمة إن هو مواطن أمريكي.
We don't have Padilla issues here.
فما عندناش سبب.
Yeah.
سبب للهروب.
And that, I think that adds to his willingness to show up and defend in this case.
وده هيبقى سبب لإنه يبقى عنده حافز إنه يجي ويحضر الجلسة.
They have also invested in retained counsel. Have invested in retained counsel.
Okay. وإن أنت دفعت الحق.
All right. So you're asking for some amount be set with the 10% bond?
Thank you. Yes.
وبيقول أنت عايز إن تبقى في كفالة ويبقى في 10% منها بقى مظبوط.
Ms. Wilson, your comment on setting a bond in this case, there's no bond. There's no bond at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the people believe that bond is appropriately set as denied. The defendant's currently charged with 5 counts of CSC in the first degree.
وإن هي بالنسبة للكفالة هي شايفة إن الكفالة مناسبة لأن في خمس أشياء موجهة ليك أو جرائم موجهة ليك ليها علاقة بالمعلومات الإلكترونية.
As well as a litany of other felonies. He has substantial ties to countries other countries that I don't believe have any sort of extradition treaty with the United States, he is a substantial flight risk.
بتقول انه بما ان ليك علاقه بدول ثانيه والدول الثانيه لا تعترف بحقوق يرجعوا لي فده بيمثل خطوره.
While he may be a US citizen, I don't know if he is also still a citizen of other countries.
تقول رغم انه هو مواطن امريكي بس ما عنديش فكره اذا كان مواطن لاحد الدول الاخرى.
As such, if the court is going to set a bond, which again the people would request that bond remain denied, I would request not a 10% bond.
فبتقول بالنسبه للكفاله هي ضد ان يبقى في 10% كفاله.
And that he surrender any and all passports that he has.
ومن تطلب النيابه ان هو يسلم كل الباسبورات بتاعته كارنيهات السفر اللي عنده.
All right, so you're requesting a no bond, which is different than Ms. Castleman was requesting a money bond, but then she indicated to surrender any driver's license or any passport. So that's different than the bond recommendation that was submitted.
So you are losing you here. Yeah. So we are stating bond or?
Yeah, we're talking only about bond, and the bond recommendation submitted was a money bail bond this is submitted by Sage Castleman in a request a high money bail bond. You can.
Okay.
فاهمي عليه؟
لا.
انه في طلب من المحكمه تدفع كفاله مصاري، بس هي غيرت رايحه اليوم بقول بدهاش كفاله بالمره، انه انت بدل محبوس. بس هي هو القاضي بيسالها اذا ايش الصح انه يدفع كفاله ولا بلا كفاله بخليك محبوس. هيك اللي حكي لسه.
Is that a fair statement, Ms. Wilson?
It is, Your Honor, and if I may just elaborate a bit on that.
You may.
At the time of charging, Ms. Castleman did request a high cash bond.
في الوقت اللي كان فيه
Since then, in speaking with the victim, we've learned that she has serious concerns about threats to her life.
بعد التكلم مع المجني عليها كان في خوف ان في تهديد لحياتها.
There's some cultural aspects here that are of concern to her that may, even if the defendant were to flee to his country of origin, which is, I believe, the same country of origin as the victim in this matter, she's even more concerned about retaliation.
Your Honor, I think that is probably the most inappropriate comment ever as it relates to bond. Because he is an Arab male from the Middle East, he is a bigger risk because of the culture of the Arab community. I take high offense to that. I don't think that is anything enumerated under the bond conditions. I don't think it's anything appropriate. And I think had they waited to evaluate the ESI material, it would have been very clear. There's exculpatory evidence that's inconsistent with the accusations made. My client enjoys the presumption of innocence. He further enjoys being a United States citizen. So I don't think it's anywhere near appropriate to say there's a cultural issue involved, though we can be culturally aware. It's not something that correlates to bond.
I don't know how you.
Summarize it.
قول انه فهمت علي؟
بس انا لازم هو الملخص اللي قاله بيقول ان هو ان ده ضد ما تقدرش ضد الحقوق او في حاجه تثير الاستفزاز ان هي تجيب سيره الثقافه ومش عشان ان انت رجل من الشرق الاوسط يبقى ده ممكن ياثر على نوع الكفاله وان هو ممكن انت ليك الحق ان انت تتمتع بالجنسيه الامريكيه بتاعتك وان ما ينفعش يبقى فيه تعصب ضد الثقافه بتاعتك بناء على وقال برضه انه البيانات اللي هو ادوها لو كان في حد حل البيانات دي كان هيلاقي ان في عنده اسباب تمييز بالنسبه.
And I would also add GPS tether may resolve a lot of these concerns.
All right.
وبيقول برضه لو في GPS اللي هو
So based on the pre-sentence report where there was not an interpreter present, there does not seem to be an extensive criminal history here.
بيقول إن هو بناء على إنه لما ما فيش ملوش
That weighing against that is the 1, 2, 3, 4 life offenses, 5 life offenses that are charged.
5 life offense.
That's 5 life offenses are charged in this matter.
في خمس قضايا صباحيات إنسان.
So I'm gonna set a money bond
فهيحط كفالة هيقرر كفالة
with the following conditions.
بشروط التالية.
GP, so there'll be no contact
لا يتم التواصل
with the victim in this case, the alleged victim,
مع المبني عليها
who is Anshada.
هي شودة.
Anshuda Ali.
شودة علي.
That is 2,000 feet of her place of business, work, person, direct or indirect.
2000 قدم حوالين المكان اللي بتشتغل فيه حوالين المنزل أو الأماكن اللي بتقعد فيها.
I will set a GPS tether system
هنقرر برضو إن
on the no contact order
مع إنه ما يبقاش في
with the zone notification and victim notification, whichever they choose is appropriate.
وده هيبقى فيه اختار للمبني عليها لو بيختار.
I'm going to order that there's no leaving the state or country for any reason.
مفيش أي سبب هو ضد أي سبب تسيب الولاية أو البلد أي سبب كان.
And the defendant is to surrender any driver's license or any passport.
ولازم تسلم الباسبور بتاعك جواز السفر والقيادة.
You honor the driver's license as well?
Yeah, at this time, the driver's license or passport. Yeah, I think that's.
Okay, so, okay.
But both driver's license and passport, any traveling documents, that would also be a visa. Any traveling dockets should be surrendered. Of course, the defendant's not to possess a firearm or dangerous weapon.
ميبقاش معاك أي أسلحة خطرة.
And based on the arguments of counsel, I will set a bond in this matter. There's a request from the prosecutor at the initial stage of this that a money bail bond, a high money bail bond be set. There's a request for 10%. I'm taking a look at the extensive charges of this. 1 through 5 is a life offense for CSC first. There's an extortion, there's an assault, there are weapons. They all are allegations at this time, but they're super serious allegations. I'm going to set bond at 250,000 cash surety.
هو حق الكفالة 250,000 وبيقول إن بالرغم إن هم بس ادعاءات دي ادعاءات قوية وخطيرة وقال الادعاءات اللي هي تهديد 5 حياة أو 5 حياة أفراد إن في ابتزاز إن.
So we've reset the preliminary examination for May 30 at 8:30.
فإحنا هنبقى الجلسة المبدئية بتاعتنا يوم 3 مايو.
Anything else for the record on 2400807, Ms. Wilson? Mr. Zane.
No, Your Honor. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. That's all for the record. We'll see everybody on that May 3rd date. Thank you for your assistance from the interpreter.
Thank you.
You may. That's right. I think, yeah.
Do we get the
No, we do.
Oh, okay.
I'll give Wendy. Okay.
I'm on it.
All right. I think she heard you. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. You want to stay here? I don't want to.
Right there for now.
Yes.
Anybody else for up?
Who's- So that is Mr. Marai.
No.
This time?
Not right now.
Because we've got Mr. Johnson with Mr. Morley, Mr. Person with Miss Wanji.
Right, Mr. Person's on Polycom.
Okay. How about Mr. Walker?
Mr. Walker, Mr. Silverthorne was floating around. I haven't seen him come back in.
And then we have Mr. Marglo.
Yes, and I believe Miss Donnie was going downstairs to talk to him about our offer.
That's Mr.
Yeah.
Mr. Sark has Mr. Vickers.
Vickers and Mr. Claiborne, and Mr. Claiborne has to run his exam. Mr. Claiborne is here, and Mr. Vickers was also very insistent on running his exam, and he should be coming in.
Okay.
All right.
So I'll hold off for now.
Yeah, just hold off. Right
Yeah.
now. So,
I don't know, is Miss Mwanji still on Zoom?
no.
No, okay. And Miss Don.
All right, Miss Witherspoon, you're here for your 9:30, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Are you represented by counsel today?
No, no one ever reached back out.
All right. Stand by, you're in the right place, okay, ma'am?
Okay.
All right, Miss Weatherspoon, let's call your case, all right? So we're on the record in docket 24-00523. That's People of the State of Michigan versus Lyanna Weatherspoon. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
And Mr. Sartz is just standing in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jacob Sartz, the fourth assistant public defender here for this very limited appearance only.
Correct. And ma'am, you are Lyanna or Lyanna Weatherspoon?
Yes,
Okay, is it Leona or Lyanna?
Lyanna.
Okay. This is the time set for a probable cause conference today. And Ms. Witherspoon, you've indicated that you're not represented by counsel today. Although my understanding is that right now, the public you have been authorized public defender status. They're just seeking conflict counsel. So they're going outside the office to get you represented. All right, ma'am?
Okay.
And Mr. Sartz, is that your understanding? You're kind of new here.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, Your Honor.
All
And
right.
just for clarification, that process sometimes can take us a while
Right.
because we have to find outside firms who are willing to accept the appointment. And it can be tricky, especially depending on the time of year, to get quick responses from folks in the private sector to take a case.
All right. And Ms. Wilson, is that your understanding that we're seeking conflict counsel in order to, and we'll reset this so that that Ms. Weatherspoon has appropriate counsel?
It is now, yes.
All right. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find just cause to adjourn this, Ms. Weatherspoon, so you don't waive any rights. And we'll adjourn the PCC for just cause. At this time, they're seeking conflict counsel for you. And we would adjourn it, I would think at least 2 to 3 weeks out.
3 weeks would be preferable, Your Honor, just to make sure there's enough
Right.
time to get the new attorney up to speed and make sure the discovery can be transferred.
Correct. And we will adjourn it for another PCC. So this will be held. So we'll adjourn a PCC for new PCC date at least 3 weeks out. I don't know. but. Yeah,
So is the date that's set for next week pushed out as well?
yes, it is, and I'm gonna give you a new date for your PCC, so you can be represented by counsel on the new date, all right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right, so the new PCC date is set for
April 19th.
April 19th at 8:30. So ma'am, that address on Ardmore, is that still a good address for you?
Yes.
All right, you'll get notification of the April 19th date at 8:30. That you can attend that PCC by Zoom. It's a PCC date. Just make sure that your counsel knows that when they contact you for conflict counsel. All right, ma'am?
Okay, so until that time, I wouldn't be able to get information on what I'm being charged with.
You can contact the public defender's office, but I'm sure they're waiting for conflict counsel to get you to get the information to your new counsel.
It's also public record. She could call the clerk of the court and find out.
Yeah, you should be able to get, well, you understand from when you were arraigned what you're charged with, correct?
Well, she just said false certification, but she didn't say anything else. And anybody I spoke with in Lansing says they've never heard of this and they don't
Right,
they don't know what it is.
She's correct. So any police reports or anything along those lines, you probably need to wait to talk to your counsel because they're gonna get the police reports, okay?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24-00523, Ms. Wilson?
Not from the people.
Mr. Sardis?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, we've adjourned it to April 19th at 8:30, and you should be contacted by conflict counsel in order to go over the charges, all right, ma'am?
Okay.
All right, that's all for the record in that file.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Simpson, we'll call your case.
Okay.
So we're on the record in docket 24-00752. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Derek Simpson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Donnelly.
Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of the defendant Derek Simpson, who is appearing separately by video.
And sir, you are Derek Simpson, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Simpson?
Correct.
Thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
I believe this is going to be left set for a preliminary exam.
Yes, there is currently no offer. We would like it, we're left on for the preliminary exam.
All right, so the preliminary examination is set for April 4th at 9:30. So Mr. Simpson, that preliminary examination is left on for April 4th at 2024 at 9:30. That'll be live in person on the 6th floor of the City Hall building. Okay, sir?
Understood.
All right. Please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Donnelly. Anything else for the record in 24-00752, Ms. Wilson?
Not from the people.
Ms. Donnelly?
Not for defense.
All right, I will see you on April 4th on that date. Do you have any questions of me, Mr. Simpson?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
So they're bringing up, I should. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-03690. That's people of the state of Michigan versus Joseph C. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Wanji.
Melanie Biwanchi for Mr. C.
And sir, you are Joseph C., is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
I would defer, Your Honor.
Ms. Wanji.
Your Honor, we would like to leave it on for the preliminary exam.
Okay, we'll leave on for the scheduled preliminary examination. It's scheduled for April 4th at 9 a.m. So, Mr. C, that'll be live just the way we are right now, okay? And we'll leave it on for preliminary examination on April 4th at 9 a.m. Please keep in contact with your attorney, Ms. Wanji. We'll see you on, that'll be a week from today at 9 a.m. Anything for the record, Ms. Wilson?
Yes, sorry, Judge, can we just clarify the date of the prelim? Is it the 5th or the 4th?
I have on here April 4th. I have, so Nate noticed.
That would make sense if the PCC is today.
Okay, it should be April 4th.
Okay.
You know, it is my understanding from my client that he has another court hearing in St. John on that day. File stated April 5th. So he would like to want to wait here for 1 day.
So he's looking for an April 5th date. Is that a fair?
I believe we're looking for a.
He would like to.
Can we do it on April 5th?
Or waive the 21 days and set it out for the next week.
What does that make it? What does that make the 21 days? I don't think he's previously waived his 21 days.
He hasn't, no. So I believe he would have to waive in order to set it out a week.
If we set it for the 5th, do we still have a 21-day
I
problem?
don't believe so. I think it would still be within the 21 days.
Okay. Check.
Let me double check his review date.
I have him arraigned on,
He already waived because he failed to.
failed to appear at arraignment and then failed, so I have March 20th as the arraignment date. So that April 5th date would put us well within that.
Yeah.
It's already kind of jam-packed day and I haven't scheduled that yet.
All right, so let's do it April 5th at 9 a.m. And we'll change that 4 to a 5. So your preliminary examination will be on April 5th at 9 a.m. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
You should get notice sent to that Malcolm X address. Is that still a good address for you?
Say 1228.
I can get from this.
Yeah, all right, and you'll get notification from my court officer. Anything else for the record in 23-03690, Ms. Wilson?
Not from the people.
Ms. Wanji?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you on April 5th, all right? All
Sir.
right. Mr. C, stand by.
Wait a second, I'll get your.
All right.
Yes, I do.
Sir, in the jail, would you identify yourself?
My name is Michael Shane Yates Jr.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yates. You're in the right place. Stand by, okay, sir?
Yes, sir. Oh, man.
Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Are you Mr. Seagrave?
Yes.
Yeah, Ms. Wanji, stand by, and we're in the middle of a plea right now.
Okay.
So on that date and time, did you use a mixture containing the controlled substance of cocaine?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you knew it was cocaine when you used it?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Ms. Wilson?
Not from the people, thank you.
Ms. Donnelly?
No.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I think we should refer to probation. So on the 5th floor, go down, and there's a probation department there, and go answer any questions. Tell them I referred you to them.
Okay.
And they'll prepare a report for me, and then we'll see what options are available to us. Okay. All right.
I'll walk him down.
So when I leave now, just go there, then I go.
Yeah, and my court officer will walk you down.
Okay.
I'm gonna set your sentencing date at this time. Your sentencing date is set for
May 31st at 9.
May 31st at 9 o'clock.
You don't need to get some more.
And you'll get notice from my court officer that May 31st sentencing date.
But I will get you my card, so hold on.
So anything else for the record in 24-00794, Ms. Wilson?
Not from the people.
Ms. Donnelly?
Your Honor, you said sentencing May 31st at 9 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Bentley. We'll see you on that May 31st date.
Grab your coat.
Mr. Bentley? All right, and then
Sean, take me downstairs. I'm gonna get my card.
And then Miss Wanji, were you on Mr. Seagraves, who's here?
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah.
All right. Did you need to meet with Mr. Seagraves before we put that on the record?
I do, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I'm gonna have Mr. Seagraves, I'm gonna plate you in a breakout room with your attorney. I'll assign Miss Wanji to room 2. And Mr. Seagraves, you should get a prompt to go to room 2.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Yates, we're ready to proceed on your files.
All right.
So we're on the record in docket 23-02569 and 20-02880. That's People, the State of Michigan versus Michael Yates. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Donnelly.
Assistant Public Defender Sarah Donnelly on behalf of the defendant who is appearing separately from the Livingston County Jail.
All right, and sir, you are Michael Yates, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. We also have that no ops, don't we?
That was the second case you brought back for everybody.
All right.
What is it, no ops?
Is that the one that
Is that a city case?
It's just being referred to collection.
Right.
Oh, okay.
That's money.
My
Okay.
understanding.
That's why I don't.
all right, so let's worry about that one afterwards. So we're really here on 23-02569. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we're going to leave this set, but it's my understanding that Mr. Yates has a probation violation hearing at the same date as the prelim. So I think this is going to be a waiver of the 21 days so that he can get that taken care of before this.
And is that a fair statement, Ms. Donnelly?
Yes.
So may I inquire of your client of his waiver of the 21-day rule, which will be after the conflict for next week?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Yates, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination in this file within 21 days of your date of arraignment. The preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by Sarah Donnelly, and she would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan at that preliminary examination. It is my understanding it is your wish to waive your right to a prelim within that 21-day period because you have a conflict next week, and we set it out past that date next week. It's my understanding that it is your wish to waive your right to 21 days. You wouldn't be waiving your right to a preliminary examination in general, just to have it within that 21-day period. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it is your intent
Yes, sir.
today to waive your right to a prelim within 21 days. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and the people are also waiving any right they have.
So the 21 days, correct, yes.
All right. I find the 21-day waiver to be going voluntarily and accurately made, and we will reset past next week for
April 12th at 1:30.
April 12th at 1:30. And so he'll still be at Ingham County?
Livingston, I'd imagine he might be, yes.
So we still need a writ for that date.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, anything else before we get to the misdemeanor, the no valid ops file? Anything else for the record in 23-02569, Ms. Wilson?
Not from the people.
Ms. Donnelly?
Not from defense.
All right, and then, so that's all on that file, and then we have a misdemeanor file, Mr. Yates, and we're just gonna refer that to collections at this time. So
Okay.
when you get all out, you'll have to contact the City of Lansing Collections Department, all right, sir?
All right, sounds great.
All right,
All right, thank you.
thank you. You're all set.
All right.
Thank you for your appearance today.
Yeah, you too, man.
All right, Ms. Wanji, are you ready to go on Mr. Seagraves?
I am, Your Honor.
All right. And then we have Mr. Pfeiffer, what case are you here on?
Cordial Johnson.
Okay.
I am not leaving no matter what other court tries to pull me.
We'll do Mr. I know Mr. Morley's here on that case too.
And I'm hoping to get Mr. Margalo up first because I have had a witness here
All right.
since 9 on it.
All right. So I don't know where Sean went, but while we have Mr. Seagraves and Ms. Wanji here, let's go ahead and call that file. So we're on the record in docket 24-00522. People of the state of Michigan versus Gregory Seagraves. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Wanji.
Yes, hi, hello, yes. My name is.
Go ahead, Ms. Wanji.
Melanie Albiwanji for Mr. Seagraves.
All right, and sir, you are Gregory Seagraves, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, good. All right. So this is the time set for a probable cause conference. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
I believe we're going to leave this set, Your Honor.
Ms. Wanji, is that an accurate statement? We're going to leave this set on for prelim.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right. So the probable cause conference was held and we'll leave on for prelim on April 4th at 9:30. That'll be live in person, Mr. Seagrave. So that'll be on the 6th floor of City Hall, live in person. All right, sir? Mr. Seagraves? That'll
Yes,
be
Your
live
Honor.
in person? Okay, perfect. All right, anything
Yes,
else
in
for the
person,
record?
Yes, in Lansing.
Yes, in person. Anything else for the record in docket 24-00522? Ms. Wilson.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Wanji, is this a U file or a Mr. Feigelson file?
Mr. Feigelson file.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24-00522? Ms. Wanji.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Seagraves, we'll see you on that April 4th at 9:30 next week. Okay, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
We did that from
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Wanji, are you covering Mr. Warmness for Mr. Feigelson?
Yes, I am.
Have you seen him?
Not yet. I'm going to look for him.
Okay.
All right. (24-00566). That's People of the State of Michigan versus Cordial Johnson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Pfeiffer.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Adam Pfeiffer on behalf of the people.
Mr. Morley.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brian Morley on behalf of Mr. Johnson.
And sir, you are Cordial Johnson, is that correct?
Sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination today. Mr. Pfeiffer, how are we proceeding?
People are prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
All right. Are there any preliminary matters to come to the court's attention before we get started from the people?
Your Honor, the people plan on calling Officer Ryan Brooks today. Christy Roth was also subpoenaed, but I found out this morning that she is in an undisclosed address in order to try and avoid possible retribution of people finding her. She's been in pretty constant contact with CARE. So when I didn't see her today, I contacted CARE who reached out to her. They're working on getting me her new phone number and her new address. She's still on board. I know that she had a medical appointment today, which is why they weren't able to get in touch with her the first hour. But the people are prepared to proceed today and would seek to potentially ask for continuance for Christy Roth.
All right, Mr. Morley, any response?
The first notice I've had of that, Your Honor. Hyper-technically under the statute, I'm supposed to be given, I think, 15 days notice. I've had no notice, but I'll leave it to the court's discretion.
I will, since we do have an officer here, Mr. Morley, you could cross-examine that officer. I'm not going to make a listen to a bind over motion today because Ms. Roth is not here. I will also give Mr. Morley, if I'll leave it in your decision, we can start today with the officer, or we can do it all at once with the officer and Ms. Roth, if that's your preference.
Personally, I would prefer the latter, but I also need to jump ahead, and I think it was the court's intent that Mr. Johnson served jail time until today.
Right.
I don't want to delay this if you're going to keep him incarcerated. So my personal preference is to do it all at once, contingent upon what your thoughts are on his incarceration.
Well, he was in violation of the no contact order, and the reason for that the victim is so afraid. So I'm leaving the no contact order, so we should probably get started, at least with the officer today.
I'm talking about the incarceration.
Right. I don't think I'm going to change the incarceration.
Okay.
All right. Just because the incarceration was set to today's date, I would expect the victim to be here next time, though, because
she's been in pretty constant contact
right,
with care.
Right.
Through care.
So one adjournment I can understand, but so let's start with the officer today, and then we'll go from there, because I'm not going to change the bond recommendation at this time.
Do you want me to address the notice issue that the defense counsel brought up?
Sure.
There is no notice requirement under 27C. There is a 15-day disclosure requirement under 27C, but also that is specifically for a trial, not for preliminary examination. There's pretty clear case law on the matter for both those issues.
All right. With that understanding, all the preliminary matters have taken place, and Mr. Pfeiffer, you can call your first witness.
Thank you. People call Officer Ryan Brooks.
All right, Officer Brooks, I'll have you come up here. Please stand in front of me and state your first name and your last name for the record.
First name Ryan, R-Y-A-N, last name Brooks, B-R-O-K-S.
All right, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, please have a seat. The microphone is for recording purposes, so please project as best you can. Mr. Pfeiffer, when you're ready. We will also have a sequestration order in place. Both counsel can let me know if you know your case better than I do. So if anybody should not be in the courtroom watching another person's testimony, just let me know. Mr. Pfeiffer, you may proceed.
For the record, the only people in the gallery are public defenders.
That's my observation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Brooks.
Good morning, sir.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Lansing Police Department.
And what's your role there?
I am a patrolling officer.
Now, how long have you worked for Lansing Police Department?
2 years.
So were you working in that capacity on February 28th of this year?
Yes.
And on that day, did you go out to 1324 William Street?
That is correct. I believe it was 1424.
Oh, thank you very much. 1424 William Street. Now, is that in Lansing?
Yes, sir.
Is that in Ingham County?
It is.
And on that day, did you make contact with a Christy Roth?
I did.
And what was her demeanor like when you first made contact with her?
Her demeanor when I first made contact with her was a little distraught, confused.
Now, without getting into the specifics just yet of what you spoke with her about, you did talk to her?
Yes, I did.
Did you also look around that residence?
I did.
Was there anything of particular note as you entered that residence?
On the front porch before making entry to the home, there was a red container that was for gasoline or fuel.
Is there anything else particularly noticed when you entered the place?
When I entered the residence, I could definitely smell the fumes of gasoline
from inside the
from
residence.
inside the house. You could smell it as well on the front porch there, making entry as well.
Now, after speaking with my apologies, it's been a long morning. After speaking with Miss Roth, did you determine that assault had taken place?
No, no assault took place.
You determined that the threat of an assault took place?
Yes.
And did you determine if that was domestic in nature?
It was.
And did you determine that Miss Roth was the victim of that attempted assault?
She was.
You determine if that attempted assault took place recently from when you were speaking with her?
Yes, it did.
And then finally, did the things you observed with the gas can and the smell of gasoline seem to support the statement she told you about that attempted assault?
It did.
Thank you. You're at this time, people seek to move forward under MCL 768.27C with this officer.
All right. Any objection to the hearsay statements coming in under 768.27C, Mr. Morley?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Without objection, you may proceed with this witness on pursuant to statute 768.27C. I believe the foundation's been met as to this, as to the statute, to the court, to the statute 768.27C. And so there's no need. I can go into the trustworthiness of whether the statement was made in contemplation or pending anticipated litigation, whether the declarant has a bias or motive for fabricating a statement, and whether it's corroborated by evidence of the statement. Some of that's already been covered, but I think those factors weigh in favor of the statement coming in. So you may proceed under the statute, Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Officer Brooks, what did Ms. Roth tell you happened that night?
Ms. Roth explained to me that during that evening, she got to an argument with Mr. Johnson over cigarettes and marijuana being used in the home. She did lock herself in her bedroom at that time, but beginning the argument, she stated that Mr. Johnson continued to get more angry and upset and forced his way into her bedroom.
Now, did she tell you if Mr. Johnson lived there?
She did.
And what was her relationship with Mr. Johnson?
She stated that they've been married for 12 years.
Okay. Now, what did she say happened next after the door was broken in?
She just stated that Mr. Johnson was continuing to yell at her. He then at some point had a lighter fluid canister and that he would use that to spray or put on her and other items inside the house, including her bedroom and the bedroom across the way.
Did she say he made any threats during this?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She stated that he threatened to burn this house down.
And he was spraying her?
That is correct.
Now, did she tell you how that affected her when she was being sprayed with lighter fluid and threatened to be burned?
Yes, so she stated she was concerned for her own safety and then the safety for the other people inside the home, including her daughter at that time. Just with his demeanor and how he was yelling and threatening to burn the house down and using the fuel can on her and the other items in the house and then getting the gas can as well.
So he was also spraying gasoline?
Yes.
Now, what did Christy say happened?
She stated she called the police and then at that point he walked off in an unknown direction.
So he left the scene?
That's correct.
Were attempts made to locate Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
And were those attempts successful?
They were not.
I'll back up here just a moment. And Christy's daughter, was she a minor?
She is.
Was that Sania?
Yes, I believe that's how you pronounce it.
Now, who did I cannot say that sentence. Who did Miss Roth tell you did this to her?
Can you repeat that question again?
Yes, did she give the name of the person who did this to her?
Who sprayed her with the gas or oil or
Yes.
fluid? Yes, she did.
And what was that name?
Mr. Cordial Johnson.
Now, did she give you other identifying information about him?
She
Did she give full name?
She gave his full name, birth date, and that he lived at that residence with her.
Now, using that information, did you look him up in your law enforcement databases?
Yes, we did.
Now, are there photographs associated with those?
Yes, within the lien system, there are SOS photographs associated with it that I could see.
Now, Lean, that's the law enforcement information, correct?
That's correct.
And when you put that information in, how many results came up?
I don't recall how many results as far as this.
Were you able to locate an individual matching all that information she gave you about her attack?
Yes, I was, yes.
And did you see a photograph for it?
I did.
Now, do you see someone in the courtroom who matches that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And who is that individual?
So it's this individual here wearing the blue shirt with the white shirt underneath it.
If the record could reflect that he pointed at the defense table, that the defendant is the one matching that description in terms of clothing.
And any objection for purposes of preliminary examination, Mr. Morley?
No, sir.
Without objection, the witness has identified the defendant.
Thank you. Your Honor, the people have no further questions for this witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Morley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer, my name is Brian Morley. I'm an attorney representing Mr. Johnson. I just have a handful of questions for you. First of all, I'm looking at, and I'm glad to show it to you closer, but I'm looking at a report that says it's authored by you. I think it's 4 pages long. My only question is that the only report you prepared in this matter?
That is the only report I prepared, sir.
Okay, so there's no supplemental report from you?
No supplemental report from me.
And presumably this was made shortly after the beginning of your next shift, after the incident? When did you draft this or dictate it?
That report was finished the morning of the incident, sir.
Thank you. You indicated that, and I'm paraphrasing, so if I get it wrong, let me know, that the alleged victim in this matter was a little distraught and confused. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that she was, at least in your law enforcement opinion, she was extremely intoxicated at the time, right?
The word extremely intoxicated, you could tell that maybe she had some alcohol in her system, but she was capable of giving me a proper statement.
No, I get that, and that's not where I'm getting to, but let me flesh that out just a little bit, and I respect your ability to be able to say in your professional experience how intoxicated somebody was, but to have noticed that she was at least intoxicated would suggest that's more than just a couple of glasses of wine with dinner or something like that, right?
Objection. At this point, it's calls for speculation.
I think the witness can testify as to what he saw. So with that, with the objections overruled, and if it's more than a couple, just indicate what you saw.
Yes, sir. I would agree that more than a couple. She was intoxicated.
She was intoxicated, just not, and I'm belaboring the point, but not incoherent or not able to talk to you, but most certainly intoxicated. Is that a fair representation?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have a couple confusions with lighter fluid and gasoline. In your report, you state there was a strong odor of lighter fluid or gasoline. Did you ever determine which was which?
I don't think I can determine the difference between the two.
But here's what I'm,
fuel in general.
I stepped on you, I apologize. And I agree, I'd be the same way. You found the lighter fluid in the bedroom, right? The lighter fluid can, right?
That's correct.
But for reasons unexplained, the gas canister's out front, outside the house, right?
That's correct, on the front porch there.
And I'm just trying to establish that. So the house, at least, I think you testified to this, was saturated with what you call it, fuel?
That's correct. Saturated is in the general term that you could tell that there was fuel or gasoline.
I guess. Call the fire department?
Yeah.
Why not?
Didn't cross my mind at that time. I was kind of concerned with her, and we were looking for Mr. Johnson, so.
Okay. I think that's all I have, our officer. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Pfeiffer?
Very briefly. When you spoke to Ms. Roth, did she appear to be shaken?
Yeah, she appeared to be shaken initially.
And then you provided her a moment to calm down a little bit.
I did. I provided her a moment to get her things and her daughter's things, allowed her friend to get on scene, and then I questioned her.
No further questions.
Right. May this be excused from the people?
You may, Your Honor.
From the defense.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for your appearance today. You're excused, sir. Any further proofs today from the people?
No, Your Honor.
So the people are requesting an adjournment for the next witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
and then Mr. Morley has indicated that we will start the prelim. Any comment, Mr. Morley, on the adjournment?
Not on the adjournment, but could I more formally address, well, not on the adjournment. I would like the opportunity respectfully to more formally address Mr. Johnson's incarceration.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we will adjourn the preliminary examination for the next witness. And we can probably just put that on a regular date. How far out are you thinking?
2 weeks at the most.
2 weeks? Mr. Morley, you want to check your schedule or?
2 weeks from today, I'm out of state.
You're out of state?
Yeah, but I can't.
We can do it. We got to give 10 days notice for subpoena purposes.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm working through CARE to keep in close contact with her. If the only way the court can feasibly do it is like next Friday, I'll do what I can.
It really depends on Mr. Morley's schedule.
Yeah, I don't want my schedule to, my personal schedule hold it up. I'm going to be in trial starting next Friday. Worst case scenario, I will find someone else in my office to continue this.
Why don't we do that? Schedule for the 5th, if that's all right with the court.
April, so that would be April 5th?
Yes, sir, a week from tomorrow.
That shakes.
We are we have a wedding and we have a continuation starting.
We have
PCC's reviews.
we can put, we have one additional witness, right?
Yeah.
We can put this on the, so put it 8:30 or 9 on the PC on a Friday. So April 5th at 8:30 for the continuation of the prelim. That should give sufficient time for Mr. Pfeiffer to get a subpoena out, and that works with Mr. Morley's schedule. So we'll set it for April 5th. And then Mr. Morley, would you like to be heard on bond again?
I would, Your Honor, and I'm paraphrasing, and of course, the court knows I'm being very respectful to the court. I recalled words to the effect of, I'm going to put you in the Ingham County Jail until the date of the prelim. That was my understanding. I'm, of course, Judge, not putting words in your mouth.
Right.
I'm also not going to minimize the underlying facts, but Mr. Johnson was doing the wrong thing the wrong way insofar as he was just trying to get the tether on so that when he was out, he would stay away from her residence. I'm not minimizing it. I'm not anything. But one, we don't have a victim here today. Two, we don't have any evidence of, this is the first I've heard of her being unavailable because she's scared or in a safe house or something to that effect. We're going off a lot of whatever I'm being told. So I'd ask that the court reconsider its, what was its position, I don't want to call it an informal position, but inclination to leave Mr. Johnson incarcerated.
Thank you. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Your Honor, he was found to violate the conditions of this court last Tuesday. Technically, the court could have sentenced him to 93 days and withdrew his bond in its entirety. I believe that he needs to stay incarcerated. It's a very serious case where he tried to burn this woman and her minor child in their beds. He took steps to do so. My office feels that this defendant poses a significant danger to the victim. And then, soon after he's arraigned, he's having multiple people and him contacting the victim on his behalf.
All right, so I still have the same concerns concerning a violation of no contact order in regards to the victim. Although the concerns for victim safety is balanced with the concern that Mr. Roth get to confront his witness. We had the testimony pursuant to the statute today. I will continue the remand of the defendant until the following preliminary examination, which is set on April 5th at 8:30. And at that time, once again, we will readdress bond. All right, we'll go through the bond motion again. Circumstances change, and that may make a difference in regards to the subpoena of the witness. But we will readdress bond at that time on the April 5th date. So the defendant is remanded into the custody of Ingham County Jail, and then we'll readdress it on April 5th. Anything else for the record in 24-00566? Mr. Pfeiffer.
Not from the people, Your Honor.
Mr. Morley.
No, sir.
All right, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yeah, no, kind of.
I put it in.
I meant I have.
I know.
Mr. Wilson,
Your Honor.
I don't see Mr. Person, Ms. Wanji.
Yeah, it's also come to my attention through Ms. Wanji that Mr. Warmness is currently in custody on a hold out of 30th Circuit.
Okay.
We just issued a bench warrant for his non-appearance, so I think that should probably be revoked.
Double check this morning's roster, but he wasn't as of last time.
That's the. Which one I just.
Yeah, see, there is a person complaint that's different.
All right.
Verify the date.
All right, so give me that. All right, so Ms. Wanji, you can come up on Mr. Wormnest.
Yes.
Because we just confirmed this morning that he is in the Ingham County Jail. And so I don't believe he was brought over.
No, it was a PCC, so he would have appeared by Polycom.
Right. All right. So I'm gonna indicate that to strike the above. I did not sign the warrant. And at this point in time, I would think that we adjourn this matter for just cause until we can get him here for another PCC. Is that what you're seeking, Ms. Wanji?
Or we can consider the next week as a piece.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
that's
just
fine.
want to leave it on. Yeah, we if you want, we can just leave it on for prelim.
That's fine.
All right, so let's leave on for prelim, because this was so we'll leave on for prelim on April 4th at 8:30. And at that time, Mr. Wormness will join us in person. So it'll be in live, that'll be on live person, and I'll leave it to Ms. Wanji to share that, or Mr. Feigelson, I know you're covering too, to share that with Mr. Wormness, that we're just leaving it on for April 4th.
Is that, because it sounds like we didn't know that he was in jail, so I don't know if the writ's already been prepared to bring him over for
we
next
don't.
week? We don't need it? Okay,
Yeah,
that's
he's
fine.
in
Yep.
ICJ, so
Okay,
we
yep.
shouldn't need a writ. Thank you. All right, so we're leaving on for April 4th at 8:30.
Okay, thank you.
And the bench warrant's been quashed. Anything else for the record in 24-00309? Ms. Wilson,
Not from the people.
Ms. Wanji.
No, you're not, thank you.
And then Mr. Person, we're kind of waiting on.
And then did you say that you had like a speaking engagement?
I
you
do
had to
in
go
15
to?
minutes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I guess we'll wait for Mr. Vickers for this.
Well, I was
afternoon.
thinking,
I have to be in front of Judge Jamo at 1:30 for a please.
okay,
Okay,
And so we potentially have to adjourn Mr. Vickers anyway, right? Because you have
yeah, because I
witnesses
do
on
have a
vacation.
witness that's on vacation.
All right, so
So
Yeah.
here's what I would suggest, Your Honor. I will stamp my feet and ask for dismissal. You'll decide it's good cause and we'll adjourn it.
all right.
That would be my proposal.
Once.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00757. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Thomas Person. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Ms. Wanji.
Melanie Wanji for Mr. Pearson.
Okay, this is the time set for probable cause conference. Ms. Wilson, how we proceed?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe we're going to leave this set for prelim.
And that's a fair statement, Ms. Wanji.
Yes, Your Honor, I have discussed with him and that was his intent.
All right, Mr. Person was previously here and then was not brought back on Polycom, but this is probable cause conference. My understanding, based on the representations of council, that we're just leaving it on. So we'll leave it on for April 4th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 24-00757, Ms. Wilson?
Happen the people.
Ms. Wanji?
Nothing for us.
All right, we're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
We'll do Mr. Vickers.
Mhm.
You want to check on, you actually assigned to submission to yours. I don't have, I can't tell. I don't know if you can, but I can.
Let me email that. What happened when I was here? Sure that my email did it.
Well, 2 is a changes. Then do you have this? There's another prelim at 1:30, correct?
Yeah, my understanding is that that's going to be a waiver.
Okay.
I
And then are you here on the Vallejo sentence?
Yeah, we're just because we just forgot the probation costs on that, right?
Right. That's
Yeah,
just a
so,
resensing
yeah.
of probation.
And I think you should be up by now.
Yeah, I reset that just
Yeah.
because if I'm going to add money to them, I want to make sure that.
Yeah. Mhm. And then I did see that I believe Zachary Perkins had the same issue and he was just arraigned and he has a probation violation.
Yep, we're gonna handle that. at
Yeah, same time.
PD.
Okay, perfect.
At SPD, please.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Mr. Neighbor.
I don't know what that means.
Nor do I.
I
So we're on the record in docket 24-00447. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Chavia Russell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Gidget James on behalf of Chavia Russell, who was at defense counter and standing to my right.
Thank you, Ms. James. And ma'am, you are Chavia Russell, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial and this is the time set for a preliminary examination in the matter. Ms. Wilson, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. It's my understanding that this is going to be a waiver of the preliminary exam. And I would just place on the record that the offer currently is an attempt resisting and obstructing with no objection to HIDA.
So there is an offer that's been extended and I'm assuming negotiations are going to continue. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
That
All
is
right.
correct, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. James, is that your understanding? The offer's been placed on the record. This is going to be a waiver of the preliminary examination and the negotiations are to continue.
That is correct.
All right. May I inquire of your client of the waiver of the preliminary examination?
You may, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Russell, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination today. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by attorney Gidget James, and she would be responsible for contesting any charges or cross-examining any witnesses brought by the people of the state of Michigan. Is it your intent today to waive your right to a preliminary examination in this matter? You would be waiving with negotiations to continue. Where they continue in circuit court, your time in district court would be done. Is it your intent today to waive your right to a preliminary examination today?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do the people also waive their right to a preliminary
The people
examination?
unconditionally waive the right, Your Honor.
Right. I find the waiver of the preliminary examination be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made with the understanding that the offer has been placed on the record and negotiations are to continue. So I will have both parties sign the bind over documentation. All right. I'm in possession of the bind over documentation concerning 24-00447. Will indicate that it was waived on today's date. And I will sign bind over documentation. So Ms. Russell, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. White or Ms. James in this matter, and you'll get your next date in circuit court. Your time in district court is done. Will be over at the Grady Porter building. You'll get your next date from your attorney. Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24-00447? Ms. Wilson.
Up to the people.
Ms. James.
Nothing, thank you, Your Honor.
You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And I don't see anybody here on Vallejo.
Yeah, I just emailed Mr. Levine.
I was just typing an email.
Yeah, we never, at least I never received anything back on the original email, so I don't really know what's going on.
But I mean, we can kind of leave it to, if he's okay. I wanted to place it on the record because the probation is going to cost and that's going to add to it. But if he's all right with that, I mean, but I need that in writing.
Yeah, I just emailed him and I
Right.
copied Ms.
All
Holden
right.
on it. So if we hear back, then I guess we can either reset it or just take care of it over email.
All right, so let's give him another minute. and
Okay.
then We'll call both the We have two interpreters here, so we want to call on the Delgado and say, and is it Jose Seja Cruz? All right.
Is that a
All right.
civil matter?
That's a civil
Okay.
matter. But I had some thoughts, about, because Mr. Vallejo, that, the only reason we're putting on that on the record is because we haven't heard from them. But I don't want to default anybody, or
Right.
we'll just adjourn it and wait.
Yeah.
This is Mr. Vallejo.
Mr. Vallejo.
Mr. Vallejo.
Mr. Vallejo, you can come up here. I don't know if Mr. Levine needs to be here.
I know he said he was coming up.
Okay, is he coming
Yeah,
up?
he's coming
All
up.
right, have a seat and we'll wait for him. This is really just to make sure you're on notice that we're adding $30 per month for probation. Hasn't changed anything. I just want to make sure we put that on the record, okay?
Okay.
All right. Well, let's see. I thought it was the opposite. Okay. Well, let's see. Let me pull it up. All right, who's the interpreter for Jose Seja Cruz? All right, and is Jose here?
Yes.
All right, you can come up here. And then, ma'am, you are the interpreter for Yvonne Delgado, is that correct? Yes. All right, you can come up here too. All right, so let me swear the interpreter in. And so for Mr. Seja Cruz, so please state your name and spell your first name and last name for the record.
Norma Baptista, Norma Baptista.
Thank you. I'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications? So help you God.
I do.
All right, thank you. And then, ma'am, we have you for Yvonne Delgado Carranza. He is not here today, but state your name and spell your first name and last name for the record.
My name is Sarolyn Perez Lara. That is Sarolin, as in Nancy. Last name Perez, Perez as in zebra -Lara.
Okay, thank you. All right, so just let me know if you need for me to slow down or stop, okay? I'll just try to. So we're on the record in docket 23-03024. That is Jose Luis Seja Cruz versus Yvonne Carranza Delgado. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Sir, you are Jose Luis Seja Cruz. So you Jose Luis Seja Cruz. Okay, thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial today was previously set on back in, let me get that. So this was previously set on February 29th at 10:57 a.m. It would appear that we've needed 2 interpreters, 1 for each party. So is this Mr. Are you Mr. Delgado?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do this. All right. So Mr. Delgado, you can come up here. And so let me swear you in also, okay? All right. So you've already indicated your name. Raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications? So help you God.
I do.
All right. So what we're going to do, I don't know if Mr. Sager Cruz and Mr. Delgado have had the opportunity to meet.
No, you are.
All right, so let's have everybody go outside and see, this is a pretrial, all right? So they're gonna discuss whatever the civil suit involves, and then we'll put it on the record, but they should meet and talk about this just to see if there's anything they can work out.
So, sir, he says that they do know each other.
All right, let's, so part of this pretrial will be, and then we'll put it back on the record, go outside, talk with the communication that with everybody there, and then we'll come back and put it on the record.
So he's wondering who's gonna be with them.
What's that?
Who's gonna be with them? He's wondering who's gonna be with them outside.
Everybody, all 4 people are going out.
He says he doesn't need to talk, because I don't know what's going on.
Right, that's why you need to talk. That's why you need to talk, so you'll understand as to why he's suing you.
No, es que él dice que tengo unos carros. ¿Él sabe dónde está el carro?
She doesn't want to know about the facts of the case. She just wants you to know why you're being sued.
Sí, yo sé lo que está.
He says he knows why he's being sued.
Okay, so part of the pretrial process is to go outside, you know why you're being sued, there's no miscommunication, then we'll come back and put it on the record, and if this is just a pretrial, then I'll fill out the pretrial form and we'll be done today. But you have to go outside and talk to everybody, okay? All right, so, and then we'll come back and put it all on the record, okay? And then Mr. Levine, I saw you, he was just here, he was just here. Okay. I think I'm gonna do a pre-trial sheet. And then we'll have to scan it when the payment gets back for somebody. Because it's nobody, they're both pro per.
Judge.
Judge Simmons, how are you?
How are you?
Good. All right. Mr. Lyon, this is really a formality, so this is just to add money to the account, okay?
We understand that the alleged victim took the affirmative step of coming here, she didn't show.
I think it's just to be safe, yeah.
Sure, and you know, if anything, she came in requesting a no contact to be lifted.
Okay.
Which exceed, you know, it's one of the things that we have before I talk to the APA. There's no objection this time around, but I mean, I'm sure she can speak.
All right. So let's go on the record then.
Sure, thank you.
So we're on the record. But we can't go on the record. We need a court recorder, and I'll have her type out a new one, a new amended one. So no contact will not be on there, as you're not objecting to the no contact being lifted.
If that's what the victim wants, I
All right.
leave it to the court's
All right.
discretion.
We'll take a statement from the victim. So and Miss Alexia, you're here?
Yeah.
All right. So let's do an amended and then.
That's what I was looking for.
Oh, is that what you're looking?
Yeah, I left it open on my desktop. But I couldn't get it.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
You're good.
The way,
We're ahead of the game.
yeah, I figured you were gonna need that. I just
Right.
did something down.
And then we'll strike that no contact, and then we have a GPS tether, yeah.
So strike them both.
Yeah.
A moment.
And then we'll hear from the victim. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-03763. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Martinez, Vincent Martinez Vallejo. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Wilson.
Abigail Wilson for the people.
Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Brenton on behalf of Vincent Vallejo, who's present, standing by.
And sir, you are Vincent Martinez Vallejo, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, this is the time for resentencing in the matter. As it's turned out, it's good that we met. Alexia Vallejo, you're here, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
But state your name and spell your first name and last name for the record.
My name is Alexia Vallejo. It's ALEXIA
Okay. This is time set for sentencing, a resentencing, just to have some clarification, to make sure I placed you on probation for 18 months, okay?
Right.
And that comes with a $30 per month charge, so it's $540 extra. You would get that as a part of your probation. I wanted to make sure you understood that that's where the cost was coming from, okay?
Okay.
As part of this also, I've been asked by the probation department, Ms. Vallejo, you'd like to make a statement concerning there's a no contact order with you or anyone in your household, and you may proceed to that effect.
I would like to get that lifted. I'm not in fear of this man. I'm not in fear of anyone in his family.
Did you have the opportunity to tell probation that?
His probation?
Yeah, his probation. Did they ask you for any type of?
No.
All right.
No, I have not.
All right. But your request today is to lift
Yes.
the no contact order.
Yes, that is
By lifting the no contact order, we'd also be lifting the GPS no contact order. So it'd be a violation of his probation if we
Yes.
saw you.
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Wilson, anything in that regard?
I leave it to your discretion.
I think initially, he'd had a no contact order and I was going to hear from probation. But with your statement on the record, are you still in a dating relationship with him?
No,
Are you married to him at all?
we're legally married, yes.
You're legally married,
Yes.
okay. And how long you've been married?
We got married in 2018.
Okay. So that'd be 6 years ago, all right? And I know that marriages have their ups and downs, all right? But I want to ensure your safety and the safety in your home, okay? And you're telling me that you're safe and we can lift the order and you can go on, Mr. Vallejo will still stay in his probationary role as a probation to me. I'm not concerned about the next 18 months, ma'am, because if you come in and say that he's beating me again, he's still got to answer to the court because he's on probation to the court for 18 months. I'm more worried about 5 years from now, okay?
Right.
Hopefully you'll still be married. I've been married for over 30 years and we certainly have had our ups and downs, all right? That's just marriage. But we want the longevity of it. We want it to last and we want it to be there. And you can't do that if either party, you or yourself, are continuously fighting or getting hurt, okay? So stay involved with his probation, okay? Stay involved with his probation. I'm going to lift the no contact order based on Ms. Vallejo's statements. So I'll be lifting the no contact order. I'll also be lifting the GPS tether, no contact with anyone in the household. I find that Ms. Vallejo is being candid when she indicates she's not in fear of safety for anybody in her house or her household. And then we'll add the probation department, which will be a total of 1,065. Mr. Vallejo, please keep in contact with your probation officer, okay?
Yes, sir.
This 18 months can go by really fast, or it can just be just full of obstacles.
Right.
And we want it to go by really fast, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you must have something better to do with your time on it.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right. So with that understanding, do you have any questions of me, Mr. Levine?
No, thank you.
Ms. Wilson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. I'm lifting the no contact order. I'm adding the probationary role. And Mr. Vallejo, you should be all set. Please keep in contact with your probation officer, okay?
Sir, McLean, tell me, just ask a question. Please.
Okay, sure.
And he was just asking me about the balance of requirements. I said those are still in touch.
Yeah, all the balances are still in touch, but they're over the course of probation, okay? All right. All right, with that being said, that's all for the record in 23-03-763. Mr. Vallejo and Ms. Vallejo, good luck to you, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
If you'll wait, I'll get you a copy of the order.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Levine, I emailed JGS, so your client can go at his convenience.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, there's the order. And you also, thank you.
Leave it up on one computer, apparently.
What's it?
Can't access things if you leave it up on one computer.
Too efficient.
I was losing my mind because I knew.
You were too efficient that time.
I remembered retyping it because it was really messy. I was like, oh, man. Can you give me the information fast, so I know what they think?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
So listen, I think you're all set, aren't you?
I think so.
And Sean, I'll probably end up doing a pretrial statement on this, on the two interpreter. They're talking right now, I think they're coming in.
You remember how to say?
Oh, that's Mr. Levine. We have one last civil case. You don't have any cases.
No,
You're all set. But that might have to be scanned in because the file's electronic.
Okay. Oh, should I do another attorney?
Judge, we're gonna run this file on the probation, then I'll check on your.
All right, that sounds good.
Right. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. I hope not, like,
It's.
yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay.
So that's not
All
zero.
Yeah, all right, thanks.
Anytime, you're welcome.
Take care.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have any exciting plans for the 3-day, Miss Wilson?
A nap.
A nap. That's exciting. We were busy this morning.
Yes, we were.
Yeah.
Had some interesting ones.
Yeah, and you had witnesses all over, so.
Yeah,
Well, enjoy the 3-day.
you too. And I will email my witness on Woodley here in a second about the dates that
All right.
Wendy provided, so we can
For
reschedule
Tuesday?
that.
Okay.
Yup.
All right.
Thanks.
All right, have a good one.
You too.